Hey guys, can you hear me? Can you hear me? The picture quality is not great. I still haven't received my live streaming camera yet. The other one broke as I was ready to commentate on Sinner versus, who was it? I don't remember. It was the first round. Uh, I'm drawing a blank right here. Who did he play in the first round? I'm drawing a huge blank. In any case, I'll remember. Medvedev serving first. Let's see what Daniil comes up with. Will he have a different tactic like he did in the Indian Wells final? Let's see. Brutal first point, love 15. It's that central return that's an absolute killer. You know, that return sets up the neutral ball for Yannick, and then he can start punishing. So it's crucial that the serves are very aggressive from Medvedev. Absolutely brutal rally. And Yannick with the cross-court forehand dropper. It was against Sebastian Offner, I think. No, it was Papirin. That's what it was. I was gonna do center Papirin. That's what it was. That's when my camera broke. In any case, guys, welcome back to the stream. Again, I apologize for the poor picture quality, but again, the camera is going to be here soon, and we'll get back on track. Nice serve from Daniil. Out wide, 30-15, 15-30. It's going to be crucial for him to get out of this game and hold. As I've said in yesterday's analysis, Sinner breaks so early in sets. First game, second game of the opponent's serve, Sinner gets the break, and that's very demoralizing for the opponent. Just so much pressure from Yannick. It's absolutely insane. And he sets it all up with the return. The return gets it going, and then the opponent is in the wheelhouse of Yannick, and it's tough. Hi, Sophia. 15-40, nightmare start from Daniil. He needs to get out of this game. It's a must. Because how often does Yannick Sinner get broken? Think about it. There's the down the line backhand, the best down the line backhand. I'm going to make a statement now. I would equal it with Djokovic's, but it might eventually turn out to be the best down the line two-handed backhand in tennis history, because as I've talked about in other videos, most players, even the ones that have higher RPM on the backhand, generally the backhand has way less RPM than the forehand. That goes for everyone. It's especially true on the WTA Tour. And Medvedev, one of the lowest RPMs on the backhand, he also hits it the lowest over the net, but he also makes more backhands than anyone else on tour based on the 2024 data. I don't know what it is like now, but anyway, Daniil Medvedev can hit backhands all day. But in any case, generally the backhands are more flatter compared to the forehands. That's a general statement. That's true. Generally, it's also true that when players go down the line versus cross-court, the cross-court one has more topspin. However, while that is also true, for Yannick, he gets less RPM when he goes down the line with the backhand compared to cross-court. He gets more RPM when he goes down the line than, I don't know, in my opinion, I'm not basing it on stats, in my opinion, my gut feeling, more than anyone in tennis history. And for that reason, his down the line backhand is by no means a low percentage shot at all. For some other players, it might be in certain circumstances, but for Jannik, it's a shot he can hit all day, down the line backhand winners. And that's absolutely brutal because he hits it with a tremendous amount of speed. It's that slingshot technique. And not Vilg. I'm going to discuss Ruud in my video later on today, my analysis. But yeah, Ruud on absolute fire. I didn't watch the entire thing, so I have to rewatch that one. I watched from the end of the first set, from the like after the rain delay. I watched that. I didn't watch the first 5 games. I need to watch that to see what happened early on. Jannik on absolute fire right now. Not missing. Playing aggressive and not missing. He's sharp. And it's a semifinal. We can expect, him to be sharp in a semifinal, right? He raises his level. Finds his best tennis when he needs it the most. 15 love. Hey, True Tennis Vibe. Good to see you in here. Hi, Monique. Hey, Laura. ATX Super Dave. Thank you for joining. Big serve down the tee, 30 love. What about the one-handed backhand RPM? Now, one-handed backhand is completely different. There's way more RPM on a one-hander compared to a two-hander. And that's biomechanical reasonings for that, but yeah, one-handed backhand has a lot of RPM. Tons. And Daniil comes to the net, but Jannik with the shoelace ripper. We've seen that in the indoor season. He was ripping guys' shoelaces off their feet. And that's what happens when you come to the net against Jannik. It's not that great of a strategy unless you're coming in off something really good. Yeah, you're going to have to get him to get stretched wide. But we know how good he is when he's out wide, right? Especially on the backhand, forehand too, with the open stance. 40 love. So it's like there's not much you can do. I think, as I've said in many videos, it has to be like very big speed on the serve and the corners and just a lot of power from the baseline. A risky tennis, which can backfire. There's that down the line again. And the cross-court combo. Down the line, cross-court combo. Now, just to answer your question about the one-handed backhand, I don't think I answered completely with the RPM. So yeah, there is a tremendous amount of difference between a one-handed backhand and a two-handed backhand based on RPM. You can get way more spin with a one-hander, but even there, like there's a difference between going cross-court and down the line. The down the line, even on the one-hander, will have less RPM. And that's a nice combo there from Medvedev. Big serve down the tee, close to the line. He gets a short reply from Jannik, puts the backhand away, 15 love. Medvedev appears a bit tired. The schedule very bad with the late games. There is another example. Yeah, it's tough. Very tough. What does Medi need to do? It looks impossible. Look, he did it in Indian Wells. Even although I'll say I think Sinner has gotten better since then. I think Sinner is on a whole nother level since Indian Wells in Miami. I think he's playing better. But, he played very aggressive there. I don't think Jannik was necessarily his best, but the surface helped him certainly. On clay, it's more difficult to play that high-risk style and, put Jannik away. He'll get more chances to play defense and neutralize balls. So, in a way, as difficult as Jannik is to beat, like on a fast surface, it doesn't get a lot better on a slow surface either. It's just tough. Backhand lob. Did he make it? He makes it. 15-40. Will this be a double break? Yannick's backhand is so incredible. He bunted it down the line at first. Medvedev was, had to make big lateral movements to get to it, fully stretched out, and then Yannick has every single option on the next ball and it decides to do a lob. And there's a double break, another down the line backhand. This one clips the net. Medvedev frames the forehand, double break. The first set is over, guys. The first set is over, and it's been 11 minutes. And the reason why I'm saying this, it's unbelievably difficult to break Yannick Sinner once, but can you imagine doing it twice? So unless it's a collapse from Yannick, which never happens. I don't remember the last time a collapse from Yannick, like in level. That's why I'm saying the set is over already. But here's the key, though. That Medvedev needs to try to get games now, get on the scoreboard, because what can happen against Yannick these days is the embarrassment factor. Like what happened to Ruud last year. You don't want to lose like 6 sets 6-0 or 6-1. You don't want to lose a semifinal like 0-1 or 1-1. So it's very important for many reasons to now like give it 100%, maybe try something different, and then hopefully get a fresh start in the second set and take care of your service games. So it's very difficult, but Yannick will now, I don't know if he's going to coast in this set. Probably not. He's going to keep the foot on the gas, and then he's going to again look to break early in the second set, and it's just brutal right now. And I think it gets worse for players in a best of 5. A lot of people are saying, "Oh, Yannick, best of 5, like he's so weak physically, he's going to get hurt." That's what I see in my comments so much. Like Yannick is going to get hurt. He's playing too much. He's not good in the sun. He's not good in the long matches. But I think it's the same with any great player. It's more difficult to beat them when you have to win 3 sets against them. And I think eventually, that statistic, the 5 sets, is a little bit unfair to Yannick too, because there are so many against Alcaraz, and he doesn't get to play that many extended best of 5 matches. So, and he comes to the net there. Nice volley from Yannick, 15-love. Big serve out wide from Yannick, 30-love. This is going to be under 30 minutes first set. Yeah, for sure. I think it will. I think it's going to be under 20 minutes, potentially, if Sinner breaks at 4-love. And an overhead from Sinner with perfect technique right there. Off the back foot, onto the front foot. Do you think the one-hander is dead now, or does he have a chance to dominate in the era? It won't ever dominate, but it's not dead. So I do think it's a disadvantage defensively. So I don't think you'll see a one-hander in the top 5. Unlikely, but I think it's for sure not dead. Especially with guys like, Shapovalov and Musetti. And Dimitrov still out there, but I think there needs to be new guys coming up with a one-hander. I remember Henry Bernet, or what is his name? Yeah, the Swiss guy. He won the Australian Open. I haven't really kept up with him, but he had a beautiful one-hander. So it's up to the coaches, parents to encourage the one-handed backhand. Because there's going to be some players that are going to like hitting with one arm over two arms, right? For love, let's see if Sinner breaks again for the third time. Or if Medvedev can finally hold. And Sinner misses a forehand. Don't think he was close enough to the ball there. It's a long slide. Misses it long, 15 love. Some big hitting initially from Medvedev, backhand cross court. Then a very difficult low ball transitional forehand off a Sinner chip. And it's just not enough on that forehand from Medvedev. And Jannik Sinner is the passing shot king. Cross court, two-handed backhand pass. 15 all. That serve was correct. He went for like straight down the tee. Very hard, but he missed it. And an incredible two-handed backhand down the line winner from Sinner. Off a very good backhand from Medvedev. Medvedev did not do anything wrong in this rally. You know, Sinner sliding, playing defense, and he slides into the doubles alley, hits it down the line for a winner. Absolutely incredible. And if you saw how he finished that, so he applied control on the first one, and the second one was more of a bunt down the line. And Sinner misses another forehand, the second one in this game. 30 all. You know, I think Medvedev needs right here to go. It's so tough because he needs to go very aggressive on the first serve, close to the line, which reduces the chance of the serve going in. He did there. It was a very good serve. Let's see if he can get on top of Sinner in the rally, and he did there. Hit a very aggressive forehand. Sinner misses the third forehand in this game. It's 40-30. Does it surprise you how good Sinner got? Yes, it does. You know, when he first came on tour, I would have not predicted this level, because this is like, this is a level that is hard to comprehend, quite honestly. You know, I don't think we appreciate it enough. It's something that's absolutely incredible. Double fault Medvedev, 40 all. Anna says, watching this reaffirms the unbelievable warrior that Djokovic is that beat him in 5 sets at AO. Yes. I think that's one of the most important matches in this new era of tennis. That match is extremely important. It solidifies Djokovic as an incredible player that he is. That was, for me, a very important match. And there it is. Hold from Medvedev, a humongous serve down the tee. And Sinner, you know, he gave him some errors here. Not that he gave it to him. I don't think these were unforced errors. They were forced errors. But, you know, with Sinner, we know he can hit from any place in the court, and he gave something there to Medvedev. And he got the first game. And it wasn't easy. Does Hoda remind you of Sinner at all as he signs? Yeah, a little bit, sure. A little bit of a similarities there for sure. I think Hoda is a phenomenal player. That was a very entertaining match. His match against Dardari, maybe my favorite match this whole week. And then Dardari Zverev was like, you know, high drama. But that something about that Hoda-Dardari match with the smoke, and it just, the whole scene looked so eerie. I really enjoyed watching that match. It was so late. Wow, I think it was like until what, 2 a.m. You know, Rome and European time, or 3 a.m. Crazy match. Missed your commentaries. Welcome back. Thank you, Pete. Yeah, I had a problem with the camera. You know, the Sinner Popperin match, I was ready, and the connector to the live stream camera broke. And then I ordered it. It was supposed to come there the next day, and then there was a problem with the shipment with Amazon, and it was going to get delivered May 24th. And I was like, no, that's insane. You're going to deliver it during Roland Garros? So I canceled the order, ordered it straight from the company, and I don't know when it's going to get here. I have no idea. I wish I had it, because this is obviously just you know, this is the iPhone basically, but it's not optimal because through OBS I have to do it through a browser, and it's not gonna be a good quality. It's gonna lag behind a little bit at times. And there's another forehand drop shot cross court from Sinner. Not a big fan of that. In the first ball in the rally, of course, you know, you're up 2 breaks. You can be a little bit, you know, experimentative, I guess. But it was off the court too, so I don't know. I feel like I should have blasted a forehand there. Low 15. And a nice correction of that poor shot selection. A huge serve, 205 kilometers an hour out wide, 15-all. Incredible, guys. Got so many qualities as a player. It's something that's absolutely incredible. Sinner goes wide. Medvedev chips very short, defensive, and forehand inside out. Thank you, appreciate it, Renato. Appreciate it. Problem is, like, you know, when we get into the longer matches, 3 hours, 4 hours, that's why the live stream camera is better. It's not going to overheat, and that's going to cause a lot of problems. So, another huge serve from Sinner down the tee, 40-15. What a service game! Incredible. You know, back to that previous question, are you surprised how good Sinner got? I'm so surprised how good the serve has become since US Open. I would have not predicted the serve to be this good. It's gotten so much better. It was already crazy good last year, right? But then he lost his rhythm a little bit. That's why I didn't pick him to win US Open. I picked Alcaraz. And I did pick Yannick to win Wimbledon. And I did made a video like speculating what could be causing these low first serve percentages. Another ace, by the way, holds 5-1 Sinner. And the way he like improved his serve for the indoor season, and then he carried it over into this year, and I feel like now he's serving better than ever. Like, he's unbreakable. I mean, it's like Saber style serving. So that surprised me a lot. Good first point from Medvedev there, 15-love. If you can get 2 holds here, I think that'd be great for Medvedev. He puts a double fault, 15-all. Yeah, he needs to hold. You don't want Sinner serving first in the second set. You don't. Beautiful serve from Medvedev out wide. Sinner returns outside the doubles alley. Easy half-court forehand put away down the line, 30-15. Yeah, true tennis vibe. It was immediately after the US Open. He played in, I think it was Beijing, and already was better, the serve. And then, of course, he didn't win Shanghai. He had to pull out because of cramps, but that stretch indoors where he won everything. He won Vienna. Wait a second. He won 6 King Slam, Vienna, Paris, and ATP Finals. Am I forgetting something? Big forehand from Sinner there, 40-30. Do you think Ruud has any chance against Sinner? Let me watch the first set of that. I'm going to do a full analysis later on today. I need to think about like what Ruud could possibly do, and I mean, it's obviously he's going to have a very difficult time, especially after that match last year where he got one game in the quarters. But let me try to think about it a little bit more, and also watch the entire match from Ruud, the first semifinal. And Medvedev has to go over deuce. Too much pressure from Jannik. Volandri in the crowd. A big serve from Medvedev down the tee and a put-away backhand. That's, if you can serve like this, he can't hold serve against Sinner. Like very hard serves, close to the line. High first serve percentage, but that's so hard though. I mean, that's a big ask, right? And then be like very clean and focused on everything else, and make sure you're ripping for winners and not missing. That's really the only way to hold serve right now against Sinner. Another double fault from Medvedev there, back to deuce. Because in a rally, yes, you know, of course, Sinner can miss here and there, but you're at a disadvantage, generally speaking. How much time do you need to reshape your serve as a tennis pro? Just 2-3 weeks? Well, it depends on what you're doing, right? Like, depends. There's some changes that can be quite quick, quite easy, quite quick, and there's other ones that will take a lot of time, a lot of reps. It depends. Depends where the change is and what part of the serve. So, hard to say. Another big serve from Medvedev. Add in. Monique, I don't think Medvedev should let this set go. He has to fight here. You know, play well, get into the match, which then can have benefits in the second set. Generally speaking, like, yes, you're right. Sometimes when somebody wins a set 6-0 or 6-1 and it's playing horrible, I wouldn't say like tanking, but if you kind of let it go, sometimes opponents will like relax and think, oh, okay, I'm winning, easy, no problem. And then the second set, the other person who just got beaten 6-0 starts playing like very hard and with a lot of energy. And then all of a sudden it like the score flips. The person that won the first set is like shocked. So it can happen, but it's mostly like, I don't know, it can technically happen at any level, but you're not going to see it at the absolute highest level, which this is right here. So if Sinner wins a set 6-0, or even that first semifinal with Ruud and Dardari, like Ruud's not going to take his foot off the gas. Like, he knows, like, these guys are at the top of their game. And so at this level, I think it's important to not lose a set 6-0, 6-1, but to try to fight, get into the match, get the game over deuce, get into some rallies, get going, maybe even fist pump, you know, try to get into the match mentally, and then in the second set, like, you're there. Rather than potentially, like, you know, maybe immediately losing your serve in the second set early, and then the match can slip away from you and you end up losing like 1-1 or 1-0. So that was huge from Medvedev, the fact that he held twice. And now you can try to do some damage on the center serve, and second set, a new start, fresh start, you know, and he's feeling a little bit better about his game. So, long answer to your question, but no, I don't think it's smart to let anything go against Jannik. You got to fight. You got to fight very hard. I mean, how solid is Sinner's half-court game, too? That was a big T serve. Like, Sinner is playing exactly how you're supposed to play against Sinner, okay? Just play like Jannik, against Jannik, and you're going to be okay. Hits it serve like close to the line, gets a short ball, puts the forehand away. It looks like he can hit that half-court forehand with his eyes closed. Like, do not remember him missing one of those in a very long time. Okay, exceptional rally from Medvedev though. Like he stepped it up a little bit. He ripped the forehand down the line very hard. Ripped the backhand down the line very hard. Jannik Sinner showing his incredible defense. He is so quick. I think that's one thing that people don't talk about enough. It's his speed, his explosiveness, his reflexes. They're the absolute highest level you can possibly be at. But again, positive rally from Medvedev. He misses a little volley, inside out backhand volley. But this is how he has to play. It has to be a high-risk game, aggressive game with Sinner running as much as possible. Beautiful wide serve from Sinner. 40 love, 3 set points. Sinner is a better second serve than Sampras, right? Oh man, that's tough. Sampras had a great second serve. And Sampras in my book is like one of the greatest servers of all time. I mean, I wouldn't put one on top of the other, right? Like, and it's still kind of early for Sinner. He's been serving like this. Hasn't been enough of this. Sampras basically did it for his whole career. I can't really say that it's better than Sampras. I'm sorry, not quite yet. Even the second serve. Big blast from Medvedev there, deep. 40-15. This game, very positive from Medvedev. Even though he's going to lose it, this is how he has to play. And if he goes out playing like this, so be it. But this is it. He has to just hit laser beams from back there and just rip. Yeah, of course, I read Agassi's book. One of the best books on tennis ever. Very good. Bad bounce on Medvedev's side. Frames the forehand. First set Sinner, 6-2. I'm not surprised with this score, you know? I'm not surprised. It's just harder to be aggressive against Jannik on clay because he, like I said, he's so incredibly quick and plays such good defense that he can neutralize a lot. And in a neutral rally, it's a problem for the opponent. And again, just like many other matches, it's that like the beginning of the match, that's where the problems start from most players. It's like they get broken early, they get behind, and you know, you saw Medvedev sitting there on the bench. I don't remember the score. Was it 4-1 or 3-love? He was talking to Johansson, and he was kind of hopeless. Like, you know, when you get down like that early, it just robs you of the belief, and it's just tough. So let's see what the second set has to offer. Any other great tennis books? I have all of them. Like McEnroe's book was good. I even have Vince Spadia's book. I thought it was pretty good. Let's see what else. There's a book that somebody wrote about Jimmy Connors that was excellent. Let's see what else. Rafa's book, of course. Rafa's book. Love that. If you go to the bookstore, like go to Barnes and Noble, and just start looking around in the tennis section, which is not very big, you'll find some good books in there. A lot of them are older, but the old ones are interesting too, for me anyway. Oh, of course, Winning Ugly. How can I forget that? In a game, I have both of those. Yeah, both are great. Right here is a crucial time of the match for Medvedev. He's serving first, which is good, but it's not going to be good if he ends up losing the service game. So the energy has to be sky high. He has to continue playing like he has been in the last 5 to 10 minutes. and he absolutely must. It's a must-hold game, or the match can slip away real quick. And a nightmare start, misses an overhead, love 15. That lob, though, was sky high from Sinner. That's how you play a defensive lob. You just put it way up into the sky, and it becomes difficult. The lights just got turned on. It wasn't not an easy overhead. Do you think Sinner is as big of a favorite to win the French as Rafa was? Yes. Absolutely. 100%. And I think even more so because, you know, like maybe past 2011, when Djokovic started like playing this insane level of tennis, it was always for me like pre-2011 was like Nadal big favorite even against Djokovic, but then after 2011, Nadal against Djokovic, even at Roland Garros, I don't know, it's like, to me, it was a 50-50 match. Of course, maybe you can say slightly in Rafa's favor, but my point is like Djokovic was able to beat Rafa on clay starting in 2011. And so for that reason, I think Jannik is even more of a favorite than Rafa, because there's no, this year, because there's no like Djokovic, there's no Federer. There's literally no one right now that has any chance to even win a set off of him right now. Can you believe that? Beautiful point from Medvedev. Best point he's played all match. Nice little forehand drop shot, 40-15. You can see it in Medvedev's eyes. He's like locked in this game. He's so focused. He knows how important this is right here. And hold from Medvedev. Excellent game. With a big serve, I think he hit the line. Out wide. So yeah, that's my answer. I think Sinner is the unbelievable favorite there. You can make arguments for some guys that can make it challenging a little bit, but really, it's not that many guys that have a chance. You can make an argument for Djokovic, of course, if he makes it that far. But even him, I think Sinner is like right now, the way he's playing, Djokovic hasn't played much. Even though he's beaten him, I think it's still unlikely to happen. Second serve points from Jannik Sinner, insanely good, 83%. That's a very high number. Very clean set. But here, let's see how Jannik plays the first game on his serve. Love 15, big serve down the tee. Misses a half-court backhand cross-court. This is where Medvedev could make a statement and could turn this into a real match right here. And Medvedev tries to go down the line, which I'm not hating on, by the way. It's a low percentage, but you got to be aggressive. Misses it long, 15-all. First serve miss for Jannik, second serve. Let's see if Medvedev like sneaks into this one and tries to take it early. And Yannick misses the lob, I think. Did he miss it? It looked wide. Yep, he did. What a rally from Medvedev. Ripping some of these shots from the baseline, playing good defense. Yannick Sinner, again, not the greatest drop shot, right? Off a defensive position to hit a dropper like that. Medvedev gets to it. And Sinner overhits the lob a little bit wide. 15-30. It's a window for Medvedev. What a response from Yannick. Big T serve. And again, half-court forehand. Rock solid cross-court. 30-all. But a great game from Medvedev. Nevertheless, he's still in it. Get a point right here. He's got break point. Sophia, I'll respond to the underhand serve on next changeover, okay? That's a great question, Super Dave, with the cramping. I don't know the answer, Dave. And here's break point. Yannick Sinner misses a forehand down the line. Routine forehand down the line. It's 30-40. Let's see how he responds. Why show slow-mo right now when he's down break point? Makes no sense. And a beautiful rally from Medvedev. Dictating play, hits a forehand drop shot. Yannick Sinner overcooks his backhand. Break Medvedev, 2-love. What a game for Medvedev. And a momentum shift. Very interesting. This Medvedev is such a gamer. I mean, like, he turned this around. He started turning this around late in the first set. Like, he was getting blown away, and he's in the match. And now with the momentum shift, incredible. Second time Sinner's got broken this week, this tournament. Beautiful rally from Sinner with the inside-out dropper. This time he was inside the baseline, much better court positioning. Love 15. If you guys remember, last year, Sinner won 0-1 against Ruud, and then he lost a set to Tommy Paul. Lost the first set to Tommy Paul. I think it was like 6-1 or 6-2, and then responded with winning the second set 6-0. I remember that match. Paul played really well, but I think there's some, and then of course he lost the final to Alcaraz. So we can't forget that Sinner, like, you know, he does feel a little bit extra pressure playing in Italy, and he wants this tournament very badly, and maybe, you know, he's going to start feeling some nerves potentially. Who knows? 30-15. Very aggressive tennis from Medvedev. Double fault Medvedev. 30-all. Who's the best kick server on tour right now? That's tricky. In the past, I think it was like Berrettini had one of the best ones. A lot of the guys that like to play on clay have great kick serves. And Sinner's kick serve has gotten a lot better. Another great point from Medvedev. 40-30. Big serve, half-court forehand, too much pressure on Yannick. Overhits the pass. Second serve. And Yannick Sinner misses a return. Medvedev 3-love. Very interesting. If Sinner is showing signs of some small physical discomfort like last match, I'm not seeing any right now. It's just that he started making some errors here and there. It started in the first set, actually. It was that one game where he made 4 forehand errors. And Medvedev just playing better. And Yannick missing a few balls here and there, and he lost the serve. Low flat back into Sinner's forehand seems to be working. Yeah, the Medvedev, when he started hitting down the line hard, that's how he played in that Indian Wells final. If he can do it consistently, which I think he can, if he's in a good position, it can be tough for Sinner. Very interesting. Medvedev has started slow all 40 matches he played this tournament. Why does Medi have this pattern? Yeah, you're right. He did start slow against Landaluce. But I think it was more the opponent like being on fire. I thought that Landaluce played well in the first set. And maybe Medvedev like, you know, not feeling his strokes quite yet. But I think against Sinner it's a little bit different, you know. Sinner came out like not missing anything in the first 3-4 games. And this is like maybe the most irritating thing, is to show an interview in the middle of a match. It is so irritating. I don't care who you're interviewing. Could be interviewing Andre Agassi and Pete Sampras combined. Like we want to watch the match. We'll watch the interview later. Like show it after the match. It is absolutely ridiculous to do this. We don't care. We want to watch. I mean, no disrespect to Casper Ruud, but I'll listen to it after. Like this is disrupting the match. It's not adding anything to the coverage. This is a disruption of the coverage. For you guys that are not in the US and don't watch Tennis Channel, they're currently running an interview with Casper Ruud, and they minimize the screen to the left. At least that, because at other times during this clay court season, they would completely like get out of the match and just show the interview. And I put a post on Threads saying that like I'm not a big fan of this. This doesn't add anything to the match. Record this and then show it right after or whatever. Let's see if Sinner get the easy hold here, and if he can get the break back. I think he certainly can. Whoa, what a combo from Medvedev. And I got to say, like, the Medvedev drop shot is working quite well. It's been the disruptor here. I will say it because, you know, Sinner either hasn't responded well or has made a mistake off the drop shot on a few occasions here. A few crucial occasions. So drop shot has worked for Medvedev. 30-15. Who in the chat is watching on Tennis Channel? You guys seeing the interview now? Where are you guys watching this on? You watching on Tennis TV? I might have to get Tennis TV because this is very annoying. Another miss from Sinner. Down the line backhand miss. 30-all. This is so distracting. You guys are watching on Tennis TV? Okay, Tennis TV, bro. Yeah, this is like, I might have to start watching. I have a Tennis TV account too. I have both. Might have to start watching on Tennis TV. Because this is like middle of the semifinals in Rome. They're showing an interview mid-match. Make it make sense. And again, no disrespect to Casper Ruud. I mean, I like what he has to say, but not in the middle of a match. Unbelievably annoying, distracting, doesn't add anything to it. We'll lose focus of the match. It's really bad. Another break point for Medvedev. Can you believe this? For a double break in the second set. I'm getting Tommy Paul flashbacks from the first set last year. Another unforced error from Sinner, yeah. Uncharacteristic. It's a level drop from Sinner, but a huge serve to save break point down the tee. Back to deuce. Patricia Dip, you watching the match? You're not watching the match at all? Okay. I didn't know that. Like some people just listen, I guess. I thought that most people it's a watch along, you know? But I guess if you can't get to the match, you could at least listen to it. I have to do a better job announcing the score, even though it is on the screen. Great rally from Sinner there. Medvedev was putting a lot of pressure on him, and he was able to hit a backhand cross-court winner. Prior to that, he was able to, put Medvedev outside the doubles alley, which opened up the court. Add in. Serve and volley from Sinner. With the inside-out volley, it misses a little bit wide. Back to deuce. Just check the first serve stats. It's 75% first serve for Sinner, so it didn't really drop that much in the second set. Another forehand error, and it's another break point for Medvedev. Something towards the end of that first set, I feel that Sinner maybe lost the feel for the forehand a little bit, because that one game where he missed 4 forehands. And not that he's only missing forehands, he's missed a few backhands as well, but the unforced errors have definitely increased, and there's a dip from Sinner for sure. He's giving Medvedev some free points here. Swing volley, rock solid from Sinner off a humongous wide serve. This is a must hold from Sinner right here, because I do think he can get back into the set. He can break. He's going to have many opportunities to break. But with 2 breaks down, not going to be tricky to win this set. But I think if he holds here, still has pretty good chances to come back in this one. Another forehand error from Sinner. Add out. Also, the conditions might have changed, in favor of Medvedev. Another forehand swing volley winner off a huge wide serve. Breakpoint saved back to deuce. So I don't know the temperature there, but it's probably like maybe 18, 19, 20 degrees. Let me know if you know the temperature. I can look it up here in a second. But when it's like nighttime conditions, the bounce gets lower, and I do think that benefits Medvedev. Like for those rips, those low trajectory rips, they're going to work better at night. Because it's a little bit slower, and you can rip and still have more control, as opposed to when it's faster, ball flies more. Big wide serve from center, game point. What a crucial game from center. He's shaking out his legs a little bit. It's pretty chilly. Yeah, okay, so that means it's slowing down. I think that's advantage Medvedev right there, because again, he can take huge cuts. Ball's flying slower. There's a little more control there. And also center's ball, even though it's like, you know, he has low trajectory too on his spin, especially on the backhand, and even to some extent on the forehand, he has more RPM. He benefits more from hotter conditions, I think, for his game style. And that's not to say that Jannik Sinner isn't the world's best player in slow conditions. Like I said, it's you know, he's going to have the advantage regardless. But I'm just talking about Med's style of play. Like those flatter rips, like when the conditions are slower, you have more, like you feel more safety when you take them. I remember this from growing up in Germany. Like my favorite time to play was like when it was like May, you just got outside and it was like all damp and rainy. And it was so slow, the courts were muddy, and you can just rip the ball so hard. And you don't really need to spin that much. You could just rip and have control. That's like was my feeling from my personal style. And watching like watching like these big hitter guys, big servers over the years, let's tell you a couple of interesting results. Söderling Nadal, you know, it was 2009. There was very rainy conditions in Paris to beat him, and then Sinner was able to take Nadal to 5 sets in somewhat similar conditions. And so in any case, like a guy like Medvedev, who doesn't really like clay that much, this is like his perfect condition right here, like a night match. Like this. Can you tell me, where are you from, Germany or Croatia? I'm from Croatia, but I grew up in Germany. I moved to Germany when I was 9 years old. 15-all, 3-1, Medvedev. Medvedev serving 30-15. Medi's locked in like a bear. Medi is locked in. You could see it in his eyes in that first game of the second set. The guy was so focused. And there's a Sinner going over his knees. A little bit gassed, you know. Maybe feeling it physically. I don't think Sinner's cramping. He's just going over, bending over and catching his breath after that rally. Maybe the best rally of the match. Sinner gets it with a beautiful forehand down the line dropper. Follows it up with the backhand volley into the open court, 30-all. Crucial stage of the match for Sinner right here. If he's feeling it physically, you know, to be able to get back on serve. and keep this a 2-set match and not have to go over 3. Some Red Bulls for Sinner, yeah, or espresso like Dardari. He had 2 espressos in that match against Hodar. Bring Sinner an espresso real quick. Med can't miss the first serve. Med is serving so well in the second set. It's amazing. It's exactly like what we talked about in the first set, like hitting close to the lines, ripping the serve, and then controlling the rally afterwards. 40-30. Sinner extremely tired. Yes. He doesn't look good physically now. I agree with you. And Sinner fighting. Med misses. Forehand cross-court, and now Sinner almost after every rally going down to his knees, catching his breath. Deuce. And that's a miss that I'm sure Medvedev is kicking himself for missing that forehand relatively early in the rally. Breakpoint Sinner. Just a rally ball miss cross-court from Medvedev. Breakpoint. And a humongous serve that kind of jams Yannick. I don't think Medvedev necessarily meant to hit it right there. I think it was supposed to go more closer to the tee. In any case, back to deuce. Yannick Sinner. What a rally from Yannick. I gotta tell you, this Medvedev, first and foremost, like I rarely ever see him out of breath. He's like a marathon man. It's incredible. And he's very, very fast too. His athleticism is off the charts, and he's playing so aggressive in this set. He's making this physical. And Yannick is struggling. Medvedev misses the drop shot. Breakpoint Sinner. This is the third one. This time a second serve. Let's see if Sinner will take it early and be aggressive. And there's a break for Sinner. And Sinner's pumping his fist to the crowd. We're back on serve. And let's see if Sinner can recuperate. Let's see if he can, take something like, don't know if it would be the right thing to get an espresso. He asked for something. He needs something to help him right here. Something to get his energy back up, because he's feeling it. He's feeling it big time. Yannick, in this last game, 3 or 4 times went over to his knees, gassed, like looking to catch a breath. He's feeling it physically. Pickle juice incoming. Yeah, well, I don't know if it's like any signs of cramps. I don't think so. I haven't seen any of that. That could come later if this turns into like a 3-set battle. But it's just exhaustion. Like he's just out of breath. He's played a lot of matches. And you know what else I was thinking of the other day? Like when you don't get into a match like this is a normal tough match, right? But when is the last time Sinner had one of these, like where it was down in a match and it was these long rallies, and it's been so like easy for him cruising pretty much the last time he was in a match like this was when? Think about it. Indian Wells final? Everything else, maybe, what is it, that second set against Zverev in Miami? I can't really think of a real match. Everything else was so easy, cruising almost. So now he's in this real battle, because a lot of times like exhaustion and cramps can be also from a mental standpoint. Like he's feeling the pressure here, real pressure for the first time in a very, very long time. And that can be from the, you know, from the physical, from the mental to the physical. His forehand has fallen off a little bit. He's overhitting it for sure. And he misses probably the easiest forehands missed all day. The short return from Medvedev, he overhits it way long, love 15. You think it's mental fatigue? I'm sure it's physical fatigue, you know, but he's feeling the pressure in the second set. And when you feel pressure and you're running and you're hitting, you exert more, like you exert more out of your body, and it hits you differently. Humongous rally from Sinner with a big inside-out forehand, 15 all. I'm telling you guys, the big change in this match was the conditions. I'm telling you, this is like that's my like number one thing right now that I'm thinking of, is like the conditions changed. It's getting colder. It probably the temperature dropped in that second set, maybe even towards the end of the first. And Medvedev is starting to rip the balls, and he stopped missing. And it's turned this into a physical battle for Sinner. At the same time, Sinner lost a little bit of feel for some of his shots, like the forehand, for example. Okay, you know what? This is the best backhand overhead that I've ever seen from Jannik Sinner. Tell me in the chat if you've seen a better one. What a backhand overhead. And I didn't know if he had this shot, but he hit it like Roger Federer right here. What a backhand overhead. Hit it into the ground with a high bounce. Medvedev couldn't handle the ball. It was, you know, too high for him. What a shot from Sinner. 30-15. And follows it up with an ace down the tee. And he looks at his racket. 40-15. That's one of the most difficult shots, if not the most difficult shot in tennis, the backhand overhead. And, you know, to have the, I don't know, to have the strength and the flexibility to be able to bounce that backhand overhead into the ground like that, that takes a tremendous amount of skill. So I've never seen that from Jannik before. That was very impressive. 40-15. And Medvedev misses a forehand return off a very good wide serve from Jannik, 3 all. Not quite as good as Nadal's. Yeah, Nadal's overheads were so fun. The 360, Rafa 360. You know, if Jannik looks better physically in this game, I don't know what was going on in that when he was trying to break back the previous game. That's where he was like feeling it big time. The Medvedev dropper has been also effective, as I've said before. He hit that shot so well. $15 all. 15 love. Okay, we're back, guys. Sorry for the interruption. Something went wrong up there. Bailout shot from Yannick Sinner there. Bailout drop shot from Yannick Sinner. And he bends over afterwards. He's feeling it big time physically. Who would have thought that this was going to happen, huh? My hat is off to Medvedev. He's an amazing player to be able to reach this level when you're getting destroyed. You know, a down double break in the first set, like everyone else on tour. To be able to find this tennis and make this turnaround happen, incredible. Medvedev refusing to miss. A very good hold, 4-3. The good news for Yannick is that, you know, in these circumstances, the serve can help him tremendously. But the bad news is that these conditions are going to make it more difficult to serve well. He's really huffing and puffing, Yannick Sinner. He's feeling it physically big time. You see on the bench, he's out of breath. Big time. I don't know if he's in pain. He's grimacing a little bit, but for sure he's feeling it physically big time. And look, it's been a lot of tennis, but there haven't been any long matches. And like I said, sometimes when you don't feel this type of pressure against you, there hasn't been anyone in a very long time to put this type of pressure on Yannick. Because what happens is when you play matches like this all the time, it helps you to like acclimate your body to that type of tennis. But he's been winning so easy that now all of a sudden, like, he's being pushed by this great champion Medvedev, and he's starting to feel it. You see that he's trying to take a sip of water. His hand is going like this. It's completely shaking. So, okay, let me tell you how many tight sets Sinner has had against since. I mean, he's had that match against Mahach in Monte Carlo. It was, yeah, that was the last time, but he wasn't feeling well there, and he didn't play well in the second set. Again, my opinion, the last time Yannick Sinner has played a match like this, where you really felt like he could lose, was the Indian Wells final. And of course, the Alcaraz match in Monte Carlo too, you know, but that was very close too. But it was a weird match for different reasons, the wind. And after he had won the first set, I thought the second set, you know, was obviously more comfortable for him. So again, like the respect that I have for Medvedev, to be able to, like, do this to Jannik Sinner, because you know he's so aggressive, Jannik Sinner. How hard it must be to get Sinner to get out of breath and be gassed. The level of tennis that you got to play to be able to do that is incredible. So let's see what Sinner's made of. Let's see how badly he wants this Rome title. Very good start to the service game. Good serving. 30 love. ATX Super Dave, you make a great point. I think there's a lot of different factors that are coming into play here, because a lot of people are downplaying this tournament like it's some kind of warm-up tournament, but this is a very important tournament for Jannik in Italy at home, and he's never won it before. So maybe he's feeling a little bit of pressure, and you know, when you feel a little bit tense, again, you can get exhausted from that too. You know, it becomes more difficult and it takes more out of you. Great forehand from Medvedev. I mean, the down the line forehand from Medvedev in this match, incredible. And the down the line backhand too. That shot, absolutely incredible. 30-15. Sinner showed the same fatigue in the previous match. Well, yeah, Chapman, I think now we can see that in that second set against Rublev, that indeed was fatigue in that 4-2 game where he leaned over. He was feeling it physically. Ace for Sinner, 40-15. A much needed ace. Humongous hold from Sinner with a big blast down the tee. We're at 4-all. Sinner grabs a new racket. It was 50 years ago, last Italian winner, Adriano Panatta. Okay, yeah, so that's exactly. A lot of pressure on Sinner to win this thing, because it's a very prestigious tournament. I mean, I know the ATP finals are in Italy, but that tournament is not a tournament like that belongs to a specific location that moves around. This is a very important tournament with a lot of tradition, and he's feeling. He's not, you know, he's human. He's going to feel the pressure. He wants to win this tournament very badly. Let's see if Sinner can get the break right here. 4-all in the second. Jannik Sinner overcooks that forehand down the line just a little bit. It's wide, 15 love. Troy Moore, I feel like it's hard to train conditioning when you have matches like every other day. Yeah, of course. It's like it's hard to work on your game when you're not playing nonstop like this. But he'll be okay for Roland Garros regardless. He's got plenty of time to get ready. You know, as long as he doesn't get injured, he's going to be fine. 15-all. Do you plan to invest a little bit of high production quality into your live streams and maybe have guests? I might have a guest tomorrow, actually. Production quality, I don't know about that one. I don't think it's, I'm seeing the numbers that would require higher production quality. I don't think so. To invest money in the big studio and stuff like that, yeah, it's just not enough views for the live streams. And quite frankly, I don't think it's necessary. For sure, I'm going to get a better camera, like the one I had from the first, when I started live streaming, but it's going to be back very soon. 30-15. Let's see if Sinner can get this point right here and make it a 30-all game. He can't. Misses another forehand, 40-15. Medvedev, yeah. Daniel, you're right. Medvedev is not taking a lot of time. He's rushing Sinner for sure. Medvedev is an absolute tactical genius. And as good as Sinner is, Medvedev has a great chance to win this match. Sinner needs a rain delay, yeah. He does. I don't know if Sinner can come back physically. That's a tough question. Some players can, but I don't see him taking anything though. Like some players can. I don't know. A true tennis vibe is like the biggest Sinner fan. Nick, can Sinner come back in form in today's game? Listen, he can win this match, of course. He needs to hold serve, get a break. It's going to be tough to break Medvedev, though, the way he's serving right now. If Sinner can get into the tiebreak, I don't know, but he needs to serve well. Let's see. It's hard to say. He could easily lose his serve right here, and the set's over, and we got a 3-setter on our hands, or you can try to do something on the Medvedev serve. It's going to be tough. Medvedev, like I said, end of first set, for sure, he started feeling his shots more. He started ripping more, going down the line, started using the drop shot. The serves started being more accurate, like going closer to the line, serving very hard. He completely flipped this match. And who would have thought? Who would have thought? Simone and Lucy. Laura, I don't know where they are. Let's see. Well, Simone is right here next to me sleeping in his scratcher bed. And I don't know where Lucy is, actually. No idea. Double fault from Sinner to start this game. He's serving to stay in the second set. Love 15. And a backhand miss from Medvedev. He sure wishes to have another try at that backhand. 15-all. I felt that there was an opportunity miss from Medvedev right there. And Sinner needs his first serve very badly right here. Misses the first serve. Down the tee, wide, second serve. Beautiful down the line backhand from Jannik Sinner. It's been a while since we've seen one of these shots, right, guys? We've seen this in the first set, and we were all in awe how good Jannik Sinner is. And then it was pretty much all Medvedev since then. But that was a very good backhand down the line winner, more like inside out from the middle of the court. Jannik Sinner's favorite backhand, 30-15. Humongous serve from Jannik out wide, 40-15. That's exactly what he needs. He needs big serves, short points, and you can keep his breath. Another double fault from Jannik, 40-30. Jannik needs a big first serve right here very badly. Second serve again. What a smart player Medvedev is too. You know, he's putting a lot of depth on his ground strokes. Jannik Sinner is pinned way behind the baseline. And he does again a drop shot. Such a good drop shot too. High percentage. Down the line drop shot. Jannik Sinner runs it down. With the open court, two and a backhand pass, and now Jannik Sinner is huffing and puffing, catching his breath, and he's got to serve to stay in this game. The first serve missed from Jannik. First serve is collapsing big time. Second serve. And what a shot from Jannik Sinner on deuce. Off a second serve, hits a forehand down the line dropper. Follows it up by, I mean, I can't really see it clearly. It could have been like a continental grip, possibly. Or did he get into his normal grip? Yeah, continental grip, shovel forehand cross-court passing shot winner. Wow, that's very clutch from Jannik. Add in. And an ace out wide. Guys, I can't hear the match. I got it on the minimum volume. Is the crowd going crazy now? The crowd must be going crazy. I mean, the crowd can actually help him through this match. You know, get the break right here. Monique, yeah, I agree with the Simona Lucy. Yes, it's definitely. I've on several occasions tried to build a studio actually before. I mean, I've been on the internet for 8 years, and I prefer this like kind of my style. You know, it's kind of low-key style. Nothing too fancy. Such great tennis from Medvedev. Just dictating play and making Jannik run. Jannik way behind the baseline. And, you know, it's just so tough for Jannik when he's out of breath to be able to have to win the points like this. Defensive points, you know. So I think Jannik needs to step his game up on the return, but Medvedev is serving big. Another drop shot. Medvedev is destroying him right now. With her drop shots, absolutely destroying him. 30 love. Yeah, I haven't seen a drop shot mistake from Medvedev in a very long time, and they're all like just perfectly placed, like right behind the net. It's crazy. Absolutely incredible tennis from Medvedev. You know, he's the better player in this second set. I know we're on serve, but you got to say, like, he's the better player. He's outplayed Jannik in the second set for sure. Even though I can say that, even though we're on serve. Double fault from Medvedev. Can afford it at 40 love. 40-15. Nick, why does Medvedev barely look at his box compared to Sinner? Well, I've seen him look over there, but like more on changeovers. But Medvedev is old school. He's just head down, play tennis. That's my favorite, actually. I'm not the biggest fan of look at the box. Couple of double faults, consecutive double faults from Medvedev. This is Jannik has to take advantage of this right here and get his teeth into this return game. You got to punish a guy from serving two doubles. You can't allow a guy to hold serve with two double faults, even if he's up doing it from 40 love. There's a drop shot. And another drop shot that's absolutely driving Jannik insane. Jannik must be thinking it's like playing Carlos Alcaraz out here. And Jannik barely makes it to his bench. He looks absolutely exhausted. And a tired miss off that dropper. You know, I mean, it was the greatest dropper from Medvedev, that particular one. And Jannik just looked a little bit tired hitting that forehand. It looked like his body was kind of collapsing. And he does not look good sitting there on the changeover. Now again, even here, I still think it's like too much to read into this and think that Jannik Sinner is done. I don't think so. He's still got chances to win this one. But this is incredible. I cannot believe this, guys. Let's turn back the clock. We're thinking like, oh, how long is this first set going to be? Maybe it's going to be less than 20 minutes, you know, when he was up a double break. Like, is he going to win like 0-1? And now this absolute battle with Jannik Sinner barely able to breathe. Well, that's Daniil Medvedev for you. That's why he's like, he's going to go in the Tennis Hall of Fame as one of the greatest players that we've ever seen. He's incredible. I mean, you don't accidentally almost get to knock out like Rafa and Novak, and he actually beat Novak in the U.S. Open final, but he was so close to beating Rafa at the U.S. Open and Australian Open. Like, you have to be like at an insane level to be able to do that, and this guy is an amazing player, really amazing. If it goes 3, who do you have? I mean, if Jannik Sinner loses the service game here, I'm the most worried about his physical condition. And in that case, it's Medvedev is going to be the favorite. And there's that down the line forehand blast from Medvedev. Incredible shot. Love 15. Thank you, Tennis Student. Thank you. Appreciate you. That combo, forehand down the line, backhand down the line. This time, backhand down the line, actually on the line in the baseline. Love 30. incredible shot-making abilities from Medvedev. Yannick needs a first serve very badly right here. And that's exactly what he needs. Ace, down the tee, 15-30. What a forehand from Sinner. I mean, he's missed a lot of forehands starting in the first set, and he needs the forehand to be back at his top level right here, and he certainly found it on that particular ball. Down the line, very strong shot, not a winner, but Medvedev couldn't get it back in play, 30-all. He needs another first serve right here. Wonder if he's going to choose wide or tee. Hard to say, but I'm sure he's thinking about that down the line forehand from Medvedev. He goes backhand. And Medvedev hits the backhand right on the line, cross-court, very fast cross-court backhand. Flat, fast, on the line. Sinner can't control it, 30-40. Set point. Second serve. Daniil's got to be kicking himself for missing that backhand. He went very deep, overhit it long. Jannik Sinner pumps his fist, saves set point, deuce. A lot of tension, yeah, it's a tension. But we needed a match like this for Sinner. You know, this is so needed right now for the health of the tennis game. This is way better than him winning like 1-1, you know. Of course, we want Jannik Sinner to be healthy. I mean, he's a little bit out of gas, but you get my point. Like a battle is nice to see as a change. And Jannik Sinner goes down the line with the backhand, but looks off balance a little bit. Misses it into the net. Second set point for Medvedev. Ace down out wide, saves the second set point. Back to deuce. And again, second serve from Jannik. Let's check the first serve percentage in the second set. To me, it seems like the first serve percentage dropped way down, but we'll see. And Medvedev, third set point again, gets Yannick with the drop shot. Absolutely killing him with the drop shots in the second set. Absolutely destroying him. Yeah, it's a tough shot for Yannick, that drop shot. And you know, colder conditions, slower conditions, it makes it like a little bit easier to execute the drop shot too. The ball obviously doesn't bounce that much, might get like kind of, you know, stuck in the ground a little bit more. And it's been phenomenally good from Medvedev. Really good. Set point number 3, I think, right? I'm not a big fan of going drop shot on the first ball off a serve for Yannick. I really not a fan of it. And also, you know, going inside out, it's just that when you have that forehand that he has, and he's been, you know, off the half court at least, or like put away shots, he's been okay in this match. That's a poor shot selection in my view. You know, a lot of people praise Yannick for all the drop shots, but I've seen him use it at the wrong time, even in these matches where he's winning very easily. And now it's a question of, can he be okay physically? But again, we have to applaud Daniil Medvedev. It's incredible what he was able to do in the second set, like to flip this like this and to play this level of tennis. He is an incredible player and so dangerous for everyone. And he has he said so many times like he doesn't like clay, he's no good on clay. No, doesn't matter. He's won this tournament before. He's had great results on clay. Maybe not as good as hard court, of course, but this guy is an amazing player. Guys, I'm going to be right back, okay? I'm back, guys. Sorry about that. Crucial right here for Jannik Sinner to keep this third set as tight as possible. Must hold game right here, obviously. 15-all. Big hitting from Jannik. Best rally I've seen from him in a while. Fist bump to his box. 30-15. And Medvedev goes down the line, dumps the backhand into the net, 40-15. Jannik is going to dig deep in this match. I like Jannik's body language in this game, though, I have to say. The one thing you shouldn't do is read too much into... And Medvedev overhits a backhand pass long. Jannik Sinner holds, pumps his fist. The one thing you shouldn't do is like read into this stuff, like he's limping around and stuff. Obviously, when he's barely breathing, and that's different. You know, that's something you can read more into for sure. But you know, this is a thing on the internet. People say Jannik Sinner has no endurance and he can't play in the heat and his body is so weak. It's nonsense. I think he's a lot tougher than a lot of people think. And there's the backhand down the line winner, love 15. I think also that we've seen players recover. And all of a sudden you feel a little bit better. That certainly can happen. A bad bounce. We've seen a lot of bad bounces this week in Rome. Medvedev staring down at the court, love 30. Sinner putting a little bit more shape on that forehand, hitting it high over the net. Medvedev hits a forehand into the net, love 40, 3 break points. Like I said in that second game of Sinner, body language was great. He looks fresher to me now in this third set. And of course, you're going to feel fresher when you have love 40, you know? I don't know if he would look fresh if it was down to love, so... 15-40, huge serve from Medvedev down the tee. And there's the break for Sinner. Sinner screams. You know, I always wondered, like, when you are completely exhausted and you scream like this, that takes a lot of energy out of you. I think it's a mistake, but again, I think Sinner is feeling better about himself. Upper break now in the third, 2-1. ATX Super Dave, yeah, I wonder if Medvedev is feeling fatigue. Yeah, he had a really tough match yesterday against Landa Luce that went late. But I'm trying to remember when it was like a match where Medvedev was completely drained physically. Like, I mean, he sometimes will look kind of drained, but he's the ultimate marathon man. Can you remember a match where Medvedev was cramping or completely gassed? I don't know. I don't think so. He's incredibly like he has incredible endurance. Or is that Manser? I don't know the balance of a scream like that when you're exhausted, the release of tension. Yeah, absolutely. It's a little bit of both. You're 100% right. Yeah, um, you release the tension for sure. And I'm like I said, Sinner maybe was feeling the nerves a little bit. It's possible. I mean, that Medvedev flipped the script on him real quick in that second set, and maybe it is there where Sinner started thinking, wait, maybe I don't have this Rome title that I want really badly locked in my bag. Like I need to, like, this is going to be tough. And all of a sudden, like, it felt a little bit tighter. Tightness maybe transferred into his body, took more effort. He played more defensively and started getting out of breath. It's possible. So let's see here if Sinner can continue serving well, and serve this out. Okay, ATX Super Dave, he said he likes to hide it. Okay, that makes sense. Of course, I mean, you don't want to show your opponent that. Return miss from Medvedev, 15 love. Do you think do you agree that Landaluce is more talented than Hodar? I don't think so. I think both are very good. I think Landaluce is underrated. He's underrated. Hey, Tiago, nice to see you in here. Landaluce underrated because he didn't play well at all after Miami. I don't think he's quite as complete as Hodar, but he does have incredible weapons, though. Maybe his forehand is a little bit better than Hodar's, actually. I like the Landaluce forehand is like maybe stronger, faster than Hodar. I don't know. It's hard to say. Both obviously very good. 30 love Sinner. And that drop shot, I'm a bigger fan of. Is a winner, obviously, but because I've been critical of some of the Sinner drop shots, that one was good. Offensive court positioning. He needs a first serve right here. Second serve. And dumps the backhand into the net. Sinner pumps his fist. 40 love. There's that backhand from Medvedev. We haven't seen that one in a while. 40-15, two in a backhand down the line, winner from Medvedev, 40-15 Sinner. And I gotta be honest, this is a surprise from Sinner, actually. I mean, he looked so out of it in that second set. He's doing better physically here in the third, so he made quite a good recovery. I'm surprised with it. There's a fake, the drop shot fake out on the forehand. And he goes for that angle drop shot. Volley. There's Boris Becker in the crowd. Misses it into the net 40-30. Sinner needs a first serve so badly right here. Second serve. That's incredible. Jannik Sinner is back in business. He is back in business. Moving better. Covering the court well. You got a second win here in the third set. That was an amazing rally right there. A very important point, to say the least. They had to end up holding this game, but what an incredible sprint. What an incredible feel there to curl that thing cross court. 3-1. He needs an insurance break right here. Medvedev is playing well. He had a little bit of a dip in these few games. There was a couple more errors here and there. I mean, of course, Jannik raised his level as well. But he's played an amazing match, Medvedev. Big serve down the tee, 30 love. Jannik absolutely clobbered that return. He's feeling better about himself right now. Second wind. I want to know the speed on that return. And there's 30 all. There's a window. Look at Jannik's body language though. Like he's in between the points, his chest is out, like he's standing upright. Completely different player. Second serve. Sinner ripping. He overcooked that. He shoveled it a little too much. But Jannik is really unloading on his forehand now. Like he's going high speed shots. Second serve. You know, Medvedev now the one running and playing defense. Jannik Sinner on the offensive, controlling this match. Amazing how it flipped now in the third. Sinner wants that double break right here. Sinner goes for the big return again. And there's a break point opportunity to go up a double break. Jannik Sinner really like sending back some laser beams on that forehand return. I mean, that like speed of the return, insane in this game from Sinner. If I was Medvedev, I'd keep it away from the forehand. I know he loves going down the tee here, but he goes for it again, but this with a fantastic serve. Sinner can't get his strings on the ball, back to deuce. Another great serve from Medvedev to the forehand corner. This time close to the line or on the line. Sinner again can't get the strings on the ball. Add in. What if I was Daniil's coach? What would you tell him? Listen, he's got to hold serve. He's got to go back to making Yannick run, putting him under pressure, hitting hard down the line. The way he was playing in that second set, like putting pressure and making it physical. And Yannick Sinner is making Daniil work for it. Looks a lot better physically, the way he's walking around between points. And it's back to do. Sinner better save his gas for serving games. Yeah, that's a way to look at it for sure. You know, you get a break, you tank all the return games, or take it easy on them and just serve. But that's risk. It's a lot of risk. Or you can try hard and get 2 breaks. You know, as a coach, I would say try to get 2 breaks. You know, play more aggressive. I think that's exactly what he's doing, by the way, in this game. Like that's, you know, he's blasting, he's taking risk more than normal, I think, on the return. And Medvedev plays a good rally, deep balls. Yannick Sinner makes a mistake. Add in. And there's the hold from Medvedev, 3-2. Once you have the break and you're confident you probably won't get broken, it's a good strategy to rip shots during your opponent's service games. Depends. Like, listen, depends on what's happening in a match, right? So it's not always, you can't always generalize, right? So sometimes it's good to just make the return and make the guy play. I don't know. It depends. But if we're dealing with, you know, exhaustion and you're tired and you want to conserve energy, it makes sense to play aggressive. It does make sense. Daniil's conditioning is exceptional. Yeah, I've talked about this before. Like what a marathon man he is. Like he's amazing, and he's the one that had the tougher match yesterday, and played later. And he's come back, and he seems perfectly fine physically through the entirety of this match. Yannick Sinner is getting, I don't know, there's not a medical timeout. He's getting treatment, getting this like a little rub down there on his quad. Is it cramping? It's on his right leg, Yannick's right leg. Always surprised at Medvedev's French. He speaks French. Yeah, I think it's a medical timeout. And again, we're back to the whole thing about, you know, cramping. It's you know, I've talked about this during the Australian Open. Guys, hold on one second. Okay, we're back. Yeah, the thing is, like, is it a cramp? Is it not a cramp? That's the thing. You know, it's at the discretion of the umpire to figure all that out. But yeah, you're not allowed to take a medical timeout for cramps. To be fair to Yannick, I have not seen him like. It doesn't look like he has cramps. All right, Sinner serving 3-2 upper break. Let's see if Sinner continued playing as aggressive as he did in his last service game. Answer is yes, he is. Humongous served wide, and forehand is clicking again. I think the forehand went away from the top level, end of the first, second set, but now it's starting to look better. Very clean forehand put away from Yannick. 15-love, and he's taking care of ball. There's like, the ball might be defective. Second serve. Medvedev overhits that return, that forehand from the middle of the court, 30-love. $40-love. Well, listen, if you want for Sinner's, you know, immediate future, you hope he's cramping. You don't want him to like feel some kind of muscle pull or something like that right now. That would be the worst. He tries to do a very interesting shot there. So hopefully it's nothing for Sinner, because we cannot lose Sinner for Roland Garros. Can you guys imagine? We already lost Musetti. We lost Alcaraz. Imagine losing Sinner. No, with tennis needs Sinner. He also needs Alcaraz, of course. But so yeah, maybe something was just tight on his leg, or maybe it was cramps indeed. Who knows? I don't know. 40-15. All right, nice game from center with like a little drop shot lob action, a good backhand passing shot off a backhand overhead from Medvedev, 4-2. Love. Let's see if Jannik Sinner is going to continue to blast the returns. Do you keep going for the double break here, Nick, or no? Well, if he needs to, yeah, kind of, definitely, but if there's some with his leg, definitely don't run. No long rallies, just blasting shots. If that turns into a break, great. Like right there, just hit very aggressive, rip shots. Random tennis scale. Hi, Nick. Hi from Nigeria, Nick. I don't get this notification for this match in live in time. Are you streaming both finals? Yes. I'm going to be streaming both finals, definitely. Yep. Absolutely. There's 30 all. Big opportunity for Jannik right here. And rain. Can you imagine if they get a rain delay now? There's break point. Jannik wants to finish it off before the rain delay. Medvedev hangs tough, saves break point, deuce. What a huge game right here. Umpire says good enough to play. Must be raining pretty hard. Of course, we don't want them to play on a slippery court and risk anything. But on clay, generally, on the red clay especially, you can play in the rain. It's actually not a problem at all. Unless you get super, super drenched. And there's a strong rally from Medvedev again. Rips the ball cross court. It's pouring. Actually, the Southern Lights, it's pouring right now. Don't know if they're going to be able to continue this match. Add in. It's pouring right now. Umpire said, if the court is good, we play. It's absolutely pouring. I mean, come on, give me a break. Like, when it's pouring like this, it's gonna get soaked. When it gets soaked, that's when it gets dangerous. A little bit of rain you can play forever, but like it, to me, on the camera, it looks like it's raining too hard. They're trying to get this match in, I guess. And the longer they're just waiting instead of playing, though. And it looks like a rain delay. I think it's a smart. It looks like it's pouring. It's a smart thing to stop. I mean, what do you want to risk? This guy's health. When it's pouring like that, I think it's the right call. But let's see, what time is it now in Rome? What a time to stop, too. Crazy. Absolutely pouring right now. What time is it right now in Rome, guys? I'm not gonna look it up, but hold on, let me see. Right now it's okay. Is it 9:47, right? So I wonder if they come back today to play later, or do they play tomorrow? Yeah. Okay. Thanks, you guys. I wonder if it's going to be tomorrow. Well, I got to turn up what they're saying here. If it's canceled for today, or if they're going to keep going. But anyway, what a match, huh? Crazy turnaround. An incredible tennis from Dante. He walks on the tarp. That's hilarious. Incredible tennis from Medvedev in that second set. Really, I mean, the guy is so fun to watch. He's so highly capable of doing incredible things on the tennis court. And Yannick Sinner, you know, this was a good test for him. I think he needed a match like this. Whatever happens, whether even if he loses this one, I think he needs this to get tested. I think it's good for him. For Roland Garros, of course, you know, if he ends up winning this match, which I think he will, he's up a break, and ends up winning the final, it's going to be good for him. But I think, like I said earlier, I don't know if it's the best thing, and it's so rare that this happens, but for a player to win everything so easy, because when you get into these moments where you don't know whether you're going to win or lose, and it's super tight, and there's nerves, there's tension, I feel like you use your body differently. You use your body at a more extreme level, under tension, under pressure, and you just don't go through that when you're winning like 3-3 all the time, right? So from that standpoint, I think it's good for him to go through a match like this. And the physical problems could be explained through that lens as well, maybe, you know? Guys, what did they say? Play suspended for the day, or play suspended they're gonna play later? What do you guys think? What did they say? I think just suspended. Okay, so it's suspended for tomorrow, until tomorrow. Let me see. Wow. Okay, how do I find out whether it's suspended or not? Oh, no, it's not. It's suspended not before 10:15. Okay. 10:15 is 30 minutes from here. Okay, guys, I'm going to hang out with you guys for a little bit. What should I do? Should I leave the stream open? I think I should. It makes no sense to start a new one. I'll just leave the stream open. I'll leave you guys in the chat in here. And I guess I'll come back. I'll come back at 10:30. I'll come back at 10, 10, something like that. How about that? Like 20 minutes from now. Unless forecast in Rome says by 11 o'clock local time the rain should stop. Oh, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you. Yeah, I'm going to keep doing these lives for sure. Rain till 11. Huh. Okay, you know what? Let's let me try to find out. I'll be right back. I'm not gonna go like on a break or anything. Let me just check some real quick. I'll be right back, guys. Okay, I'm back. The preview of the WTA final. I'm gonna do a preview video later for the. Well, actually, I don't know. That's a good question. You bring that up. If this match is not over, will I even do a video after that? I don't know. A lot of decisions to make about today's content. That's kind of tough. Nick, can you please bring the cat? I don't know where they are, actually. They're sleeping. Well, Simone is sleeping right next to me here. He's like dead asleep. I don't know about Lucy. And Shadow never comes on the camera. But it was a great match, though. Like I said, it's to me very entertaining. It's good to see this, especially after the first semifinal. I actually thought, my thoughts were as Ruud was dominating Dardari 1-1. I thought, what if Sinner wins like 2-1, and what if the final tomorrow is like last year's quarters with Ruud 1-0, where we get all these blowouts. We don't want too many matches like that. We need a battle, because those are obviously the most entertaining type of matches. So, are you watching Tennis TV feed? No, I'm watching actually Tennis Channel feed. I'm watching Tennis Channel feed. I'm watching it on the app, so I got it on TV as well, but on the app I prefer, because often, not today, but often is the streams without any commentary. They're gonna have a roof next year, yeah, or 2 years from now. But it looks like what you guys are saying, some of you seem to be in Italy. Looks like the match is going to finish today. Weird place to stop too for Medvedev, Way better to And Sinner's in a way better position here, returning still. Gets to hit a couple balls before serving, even if he loses that game. So okay, guys, you know what? I'm going to take a little break. I'm going to leave the live open. I'll leave the chat open. I'm just going to come back when the match resumes, okay? I will see you guys then. It says 10:15 for the resume of the match, but probably going to be a little bit later. But in any case, I will be back, guys, and I'm going to leave everything running. All right. We'll see you guys soon. Okay. Hey guys, where's the camera? It doesn't work. Yikes. Okay. Can you guys hear me? I'm sure you can. iPhone properties. Hold on a second. Guys, it's so weird. It says, you know, no play until 11 o'clock and it's raining. I'm just reading here, play canceled. Yeah, guys, play is canceled for today. I don't know what time they're going to be playing tomorrow. I don't know why there's no video because this is, hold on a second. Let me try to fix this. Hold on. Let me try to fix this video thing real quick. Hold on. Hold on a second. 1 second, guys. There I am. Can you see me now? Picture quality is so bad. Guys, can you see me now? No, you can't. This is surely interesting. Browser. It's not optimal, this setup, to say the least. To say the least. Hold on. Hold on, guys. Give me 1 second here. Uh, 1 second. All right. Browse. Nope. Okay, you can see me now, right? Hold on 1 second. There's some setup I got here. Yeah, so I actually came back here because it said on my screen 11 o'clock, but I'm seeing the stadium here on the stream and it's like pouring. And they canceled it for tomorrow. So, bummer. Big bummer, but for sure a big advantage for Sinner. Huge advantage for Sinner. He's going to be able to recover. And, tomorrow playing the rest of the third set tomorrow and then playing the final on Sunday, I suppose that he's going to get through. He's up a break, which is huge. And he's going to be okay. I think that this was fortunate, sure, but I do think he would have won this match even if they would have continued, even though he was very tired. So I got to figure out what I'm going to do an analysis of today or just wait till tomorrow. I don't know. That's a good question. I probably won't do one. What's the point? Because then I'll have to do one tomorrow again. It's incomplete. I've never had this before on my channel, that a match that I was like, well, of course, live streaming, but a match that I was analyzing that was like a 2-day thing. I don't think I've ever had that because it doesn't happen that often anymore. At Grand Slams, they have the roofs, and it's so rare to see this happen. But make 2 separate videos. What do you guys think? Should I make an analysis video today, or do I just wait till tomorrow? Let me know. I can get live feedback from you guys right now. What do you guys think? Can you talk about the second set? Yeah, the second set was incredible. I mean, it was featured incredible tennis from Medvedev, like going very hard down the line. I actually think he started playing better. Okay, you guys think I should do 2 videos? 2? Okay. All right, I'll do 2. You know, it's kind of like what I'm going to talk about later. I think Medvedev just stepped up his game big time, and Yannick was gassed big time. He was. So, you know, he used the drop shot really well too. Yannick's serve didn't really collapse that much. Let's check this serve percent. I think it was like 70% serves in the second set. So it wasn't like Yannick's game completely fell apart. He was just tired. And it was harder for him to be aggressive because Medvedev was like blasting the ball. Now I can't find the match. Hold on, where is it? I don't know. I can't find the match now with the stats. In any case, it doesn't matter. It's confirmed, by the way. I'm seeing it right here. It says play canceled officially. It's not going to happen today because it's still raining. No, it stopped actually. I think it stopped raining now. Somebody told me in the chat that it was going to stop raining at 11, and it's 11 now. And I think the rain has stopped, but they decided to call it. I think it's a mistake. They probably should have. I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say. Maybe a lot of those people went home already. I don't know. It's hard to say. Let me see if I can work it. Wait a second. What did I do? Okay. Okay, so let's see. Okay, what do you guys say? Should I do it tomorrow or should we wait till tomorrow? Let's see. It's split. Some of you guys are saying yes, make a video, better wait. Now wait till tomorrow, better tomorrow, Nick. You know, on one hand, like it's difficult to make an analysis that's going to be incomplete because I don't know who's going to win. So I'll just be analyzing Darderi, Rude. And tomorrow I can do one, and I'll do the women's final too. I'll do 2 and 1. Guys, I think it's better to do it tomorrow because that makes no sense. It's going to be an incomplete analysis. I think it's going to be incomplete analysis. Yeah, I'm going to wait, Wolfgang. Yeah, I'm going to wait till tomorrow. It's going to be better. Yeah, Felix. I'm going to make the analysis tomorrow. I'll call it a day today. Then it's Feierabend, like we say in Germany, Feierabend. I can work on some other videos. I got a video with Shamir that I want to release early next week. I got to work on that one. I got a lot of things that I got to do, but yeah, it's done, man. Play canceled. What a bummer. I wish that it would have continued today, but in any case, I don't know. Have they put up a time yet? What time Sinner is going to play? Let's see the schedule. I know Goff. Okay, Goff Svitolina is 11 o'clock. I'm definitely going to live stream this thing tomorrow, though, whenever it is. Okay, so I'll see you guys in here tomorrow for the live stream. I didn't look at the numbers, but I think we had like maybe 200 in here at one point. No, actually, I think it was more. At one point, it was like maybe 400. I don't know. I'm not really looking at the numbers. But in any case, do you have any upcoming matches for my channel? Yeah, I had one planned with Emma against the 11.2 UTR 17-year-old junior that I coach. And Emma's hurt right now. She can't play. I'm hurt. Shamir just came back from injury. We just started training again. So a lot of injuries. Have not. I don't have any matches in the bag. No, but I'm trying to make some happen. And I want to play too. And so I don't know. I'm going to feature matches, but I don't have any right now, unfortunately. So I'm assuming Sinner's going to play before the Golf Svitolina final. That's my assumption. Maybe they'll put the doubles because it's semifinals, men's doubles. They're going to put it on the outside court, even though it says Campo Centrale. For the men's doubles, you send those guys on a outside court. Sorry to say that for the doubles guys, and put Sinner in the morning. But they're probably not going to do that. They're probably going to put Sinner after the women's final. But I don't know. But we'll have to see. And we will see that. And so I can't tell you what time I'll see you guys tomorrow. But I will be live streaming the women's final. So I'll have to do 2 separate ones tomorrow, which is not a problem. And then we're going to do an analysis for the Sinner match tomorrow. Today we're not going to do it because it makes no sense. I do need a moderator for the chat. Anybody want to be a moderator? True Tennis Vibe. Where's True Tennis Vibe? Okay, well, we can talk on IG. I'll ask you there. In fact, I can just hold on. Okay, we'll deal with this off the live. But I do think I need a moderator for this thing. They will put the men's semis before women's final, maybe 3 p.m. local time. Women's final is 11, so that's 11 is 5 o'clock local, which is weird. Like, so what they're going to do? They're going to put Sinner again at night? Can't be. It can't be. Or put, I don't know, that's tricky. Or like I said, just put those doubles guys. Or you put Sinner after the doubles matches because they're starting at 6, they're starting at 12. So they probably have time for the Sinner match in between the 2 doubles matches and the women's final. Okay, True Tennis Vibe, I'll add you as a moderator, okay? Because, like, you know, as I do this more, I'm sure it's going to be... Hold on. Okay. True Tennis Vibe, got you in here. You're a moderator. Because we don't want trolls in here. We want a nice tennis community. We don't need, like, toxic tennis fans. I've got plenty of that in my comments. It gets really, really nasty in there. And I feel like it's in the chat that ruins the whole experience. It can ruin the whole match. You know, if you can't have respect for both opponents, you can be a fan, but you're going to write this. People get so insane in the comments. I'm telling you, it's like, it's toxic. Like you can't believe. It's crazy. So if I'm sitting here watching the tennis match and I see these messages coming in there, there's fighting, and, you know, I hope the chats don't turn into that. I'll be honest. If the chat turns into my comment section, It's going to be tough. But you guys get to see Simone. He's coming. He's late to the show, but he's going to come. Don't fall, Simone. Come over here. Come over here, bud. Simone came. He's late, but nevertheless, he showed up. Where were you? 3-hour stream. People were asking for you, bud. You were sleeping, weren't you? You want to look? You want to look outside? All right. Simone is back, guys. Toxic fans ruins every sport events. Yeah, it ruins the experience, the live experience. I can deal with it to some extent in the comments, but it gets so toxic. You guys can't even imagine. Like I have standard moderation turned on in the comments automatically from YouTube, and then I have blocked words, like all the most horrible words you can imagine. And unfortunately, YouTube doesn't catch everything. But what people write, it's so, I don't even want to get into it, but it's so insanely horrible. And all for tennis fans. Like I don't get it. Like how can you be so toxic for tennis? Like I understand if you want to be critical and stuff. And I did a video about Zverev, and people are always critical on Zverev. Okay, I can handle that. That's okay. But some people, like, especially when I talk about WTA players, it gets so bad, the comments, and I'm not dealing with any of that. If you're gonna write horrible things about female tennis players, you're out. Like you're blocked. Like you can't behave yourself. Like in any case, so I hope that the chat stays like stays nice like it was. Simone, where are you going? Do you think this could be good for Yannick because he can take more rest? Yeah, I think so. But like that, just tennis players in general would like to wrap it up on the same day. They don't like coming back the next day because there's a lot of energy just to get on the tennis court. You got to warm up prior. You got to eat properly. You got to go through this whole process, and you rather not do that. So I think probably close to all tennis players would like to finish on the same day. In this instance, even though Yannick Sinner was exhausted, he still was up a break. And he wanted to stop, though, which was smart because it was pouring and the umpire wanted them to continue. The umpire wanted them to finish the match. But even on the red clay, like you can play when it's fizzling forever, but when it's like pouring, raining, and it starts making these little puddles on the court, it becomes dangerous. Of course, you can slip, and we don't need to lose like that. So in that instance, in that case, it was the right decision to stop, because imagine if Sinner gets hurt, or it would be crazy. So it was the right call, and for sure Sinner is going to be okay tomorrow. But like I said, I'm going to make a good analysis for this match because it is interesting that Sinner is so exhausted all of a sudden in the last match even, but even this match is a little bit concerning because we got a best of 5 tournament coming up. It's definitely something to think about. And I think this was a real exhaustion today. It's definitely something I'm going to have to think about and try to analyze properly. So we will see. Okay, guys. You know what? My cats are getting famous. Yeah, I don't know about that, but they wish. They wish. Just here to see what Nick thinks about the medical timeout and the hilarious many comments. I didn't hear anything. I do have I have a earpiece here, but I couldn't listen today because on my app, Tennis Channel, most of the time there's no commentary, and I love it. But when it comes to like semifinals and finals, they do put commentary on the stream, and I can't listen to the commentary and talk to you at the same time and focus on the match. So I have to keep it at like a super low level. So I wasn't hearing what Daniil was saying. I'm sure I'll see it on the internet, and I'll let you guys know. It's one of those things like, Was it a cramp? Was it tightness? What was it exactly? It gets a little bit tricky. Even with Alcaraz, there was a question at the Australian Open initially. I went through the rule book during that tournament with the cramps. It's kind of the discretion of the umpire. So it gets a little bit tough. But in any case, guys, thank you for being here, and I will see you tomorrow, women's final. Whenever Sinner's on, we'll figure it out and we'll schedule it. And we'll see you guys tomorrow, okay? Thank you so much for joining my live. I'll see you guys then, okay? Take care, guys. I'm gonna leave it on for a little bit longer. And yeah, I'm gonna put offline. So I'll close this down in about 5 minutes, okay? You take care, guys. We'll see you guys tomorrow.